YouTube too. I mean, what's up, team? We're live. I have all the elite builders with me. I'm trying to get you guys on YouTube. If you go to YouTube Live, you'll see all of us. We're together here. I have with me the elite builders, #1 top producer. And what does Aaron call you?
The king.
The king.
My kids call me the king too, just so you know.
Sohail, Salahuddin. I have the winner of the Culture Award, brought over a couple of brokerages, doing big things in New Jersey, Mr. Daniel Mizrobian.
What's up, everyone?
What's up, team? And the Rookie of the Year, Miss 15 deals and 100 grand, her first year in business, prospected over 100 hours. Liz Cazas, aka Liz sells Cazas.
Hello, everyone.
And then down there on the bottom, we have Mr. Ben Esposito.
Winner of 0 awards. 0 awards won. I'd like to be the one person on this panel who has won nothing at this year's event. Thank you.
I think you did win an award, though. I was told that you were the funniest guy on the panel.
He was, definitely.
Well, being uncomfortable makes me self-deprecating, and that is usually humorous. So, yes.
Love it. So we have a lot of production here, a lot of power on one screen. And what we're going to talk about today is the takeaways from the Deal Summit. So who do we have at the Deal Summit? I wish I had a video to play y'all. That would be better. We had Pace Morby. We had Aaron Novello. We had Jose Luis Morales. Lars Hedenberg. Did I say his name correctly?
Yep.
John Mikish. A really amazing fireside chat with the president of Cardone Capital, Ryan Secco. And what we're all going to chat about today is our takeaways. Because what I'm aware of is that at big events, everyone has a different aha moment. That thing that they take back into their business and into their life that really makes a huge impact. So what might be true for Liz may not be the same for Sohail. I'm going to share my biggest takeaways. There were 2 moments for me. The first is, I won an award for this agent attraction thing. And John Mikish came up to me after that award and he said, "You're doing too much." And and I don't know if you guys know me well, I get this deer in headlights look where I'm like, what does that mean? I'm confused.
That was not the expected response.
Exactly. And I was like, what do you mean? He goes, well, you really are good at a lot of things, but you're not great at anything yet. If you really want to take this to the next level, you got to focus on 2 things and get really good at those 2 things. You're doing too much. That was a huge takeaway for me from someone who has an organization of 3,000 people. We can't be all things to all people. What are we focusing on? What 2 or 3 things are we focusing on and doubling down on? That was a huge takeaway. The other takeaway I had was choosing your mentor. Who's in the room for Ryan Secco's talk? Everybody?
Yep.
Imagine you said to your parents, like, everything you went to school for, everything that they invested in, you're like, firstborn to do this, becoming a pilot. Hey, forget that thing. I'm going to go hang out with this weird, loud, short guy and work for him for free. Right? The value of believing in the right people and having unwavering loyalty, I don't know if that man would be worth $100 million today had he not taken that huge risk. And that said a lot to me because sometimes I see myself as Aaron's Ryan Secco. I believed in Aaron from the day I met him, and I was like, well, even if I don't know what the heck you're talking about, I'm going to do it. If you tell me to stand, and he used to joke with me, he'd be like, go stand on your head, count to 10, and jump up and down. I'd be like, you can't do that. You can't stand on your head and jump up and down. But I would find a way to do it. And the way that Ryan said, like, hey, this is crazy. Everyone told me not to do it. It's totally against the grain, but like, look at what my loyalty produced. All of us have that person in our lives that can take us to the next level if we would stop letting our ego get in the way, our questioning get in the way. Just do what that person tells you to do if you believe in them and see where they take you. So everyone has that one person in their life. Those were the two big takeaways for me. I'm going to go ahead and shut up and give the floor to Mr. Sohail Salahuddin.
What's up, everybody? Happy Tuesday. So my biggest takeaway is that we're talking about takeaways, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. My biggest takeaways, number one, is just how amazing EXP is. Hearing Leo talk, you know, I've heard a lot of owners at meetings and other brokerages talk about their brokerage, but not like him, because he talked about the brokerage as if he was an agent trying to make their brokerage better. And to hear what he said about Glenn Sanford, that Glenn said, we're always in beta mode. We're always testing and trying to make the company better through innovation, technology, and what the agents want. The second thing that I really liked what he said is he was an agent. And so he looks at the company through the eyes of all of us as agents. You know, EXP is agent owned, agent centric. I think it's the only and the biggest agent owned, agent centric company that's out there that's doing things that they're doing. So that was great to hear about the company. I know they have a lot of incredible things happening. The other thing that I liked was hearing the many different ways people are doing real estate. It's not your typical take a listing or find a buyer, right? I know everybody that's on here was there and can attest to that. And we just have to think bigger. We tend to box ourselves in with the typical standards of real estate when there's so many different ways to conduct business within our industry. And so we really have to think bigger than the environment that we're in. And if you get into bigger environments like the event that we just had, it opens up your mind and expands it to bigger things. And once the mind's expanded, it can never go back. So now I can't think like I used to think anymore. It just, you know, I'm trying to focus on all morning long taking a new listing. And the funny thing is, we talked about cash offers, is I had two people today tell me when I was prospecting, tell me they were looking for a cash offer. And it's the way that the market's changing to hear two people say, oh, well, I really want a cash offer on the property. So it's setting ourselves up for that ability and the capacity to do more than we were doing. And then the last thing, I'll just keep it simple, is just knowing that 2 years ago when I came to EXP, it was definitely the right move. And following with the things that Aaron's doing, when they go to events like this, they are different. He does them much different than your typical real estate event. And it just builds confidence, you know, to keep following him.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Thank you for your takeaway, Sohail. You guys have any questions for Sohail? I mean, he was the number one producer.
Yes, he was.
There's a little bit of a delay on the comments. If you guys have questions for Sohail, like about where he's getting deals from, how he closed 40 million, go ahead and drop it in the chat. I'm sure he'll be happy to answer them.
So I got a question while we're on it, Jess. So Sohail, because I felt the same way when I was hearing all these very successful people and the different ways that they make money and the different ways that they approach real estate. Two things popped up for me. One, on the positive side, was your takeaway, which was there's so many different ways that we in this industry can sort of make money or look at things differently. But then one of the things that John Mikish said was that, you know, if you don't know where you're going, distractions can seem like an opportunity. And I know Aaron talks about this a lot, where he says, if you're smart, hardworking, and ambitious, you will have no lack of opportunities. It's just evaluating what the right opportunity for you to pursue with everything that you have in the moment that you're doing it. So do you find it difficult when you evaluate all these opportunities? Because I, like you, was really inspired by what Pace said, and, sort of the different ways that we could look at helping our clients. But at the same time, in the back of my head, it's like, I also don't want to get too distracted from what I'm doing. How do you typically evaluate opportunities?
Yeah, no, that's huge. We all get pulled off guard by the squirrely object, right? Or the shiny penny when we're walking down the street. So I learned through going through the EOS process a couple of years ago, and then we did real estate B school with Lars, our team. And if you look at that, they'll tell you never to work on more than one to three new things at a time, right? Like they say, what are your rocks? You 1 to 3 rocks that are going to push you forward for the next 90 days. For me, it's like the social media, and then this, and I want to do a new website, and it's like nothing gets done because you're trying to do too much. So what I found, me personally, is I just pick 1 to 2 things and then work on those. You know who Neil Schwartz is? He always says something that he's always told me something I really like, which is go small to go big.
Wow.
Right?
I like that.
Powerful.
He says go small to go big.
Yeah.
And so there's so many opportunities. Like Aaron, of course, mastered probate, and he talks about probate. And now there's a lot of people that are doing business through social media, through wholesaling, through novation, through subject to. There's a ton of different ways to do it, but you can't do it all. Nobody can do it all. And so I'd say just pick one thing and take the next couple months to focus on that one thing and slowly integrating it into your business. Because if you try to do, and all the things we're talking about are big things. Like probate is a big thing. It's not like one of 3 little things. Maybe creating a social media content calendar is something you can do along with something else. But when you're doing these big things that are going to dramatically, you're going to need systems for it. You're going to need a process for it. You might need leverage of people for it. You have to kind of decide how much time it's going to take and then reverse engineer it. But there's a lot of different things. So I would say start off with one thing that you want to implement into your business and stick with it and see it all the way through before you add something else. And I'll tell you one more thing. I'll tell you this from experience. Even though you do it for a couple months, there's something else that's going to show up. And it's going to pull you away. So you have to stay focused and you have to stay disciplined to seeing it through.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's powerful. I appreciate
I had
it.
two agents that came with me in my org. Like they came up to me and they're your younger guys, like their heads were exploding with the amount of info that they were getting. And I just advised them, similar to what you said. And I'd be curious everybody's feedback. I was like, guys, you're going to go home right now and be like a bull in a china shop, like trying to implement everything that you just heard over these last 3-4 days. I said, maybe what would be helpful to you is to prioritize. This is what I want to do first, then the next thing, then the next thing, and go in the order of importance. So what do you guys think about that? Because that's how I advise them.
Yeah, no, I'm totally in agreement with you.
Because you guys run big teams. I don't, as far as your production goes, I don't, it's me and my TC and my admin.
Well, I think what comes up is, what one thing could you take away that would have the most impact, right? So, I forget who was saying it at the event, but one of my takeaways was, what could we start or stop doing right now that would drastically improve our focus and our energy? And that's also that can go for what one thing, if I did, would have an impact on everything else I did. And so if you look at it through that lens, when we take away all of these things from the events, especially if you come to an event like this for the first time, you take away all these things and you're like, well, I want to do all of them, like Sohail said. And so I'm going to focus on 1 or 2. If you look at it from the lens of, what are the one or two things that would have the most drastic and immediate impact? And then, make sure you set up accountability, broadcast it to the world. Tell your parents, tell your significant other, tell your friends, tell your coworkers, tell us, right? Stay accountable to it, because as quickly as that motivation and that enthusiasm comes on when you're at an event like this, or when you consume information, it goes away that quickly unless you stay connected.
Yeah,
Exactly. It's exactly why we're here right now, so that information doesn't go away. And with that, I'm going to introduce the King of Orlando, Mr. Mark Ramey, one of the panelists, King of the Probate. Mark, what we're talking about is our two biggest takeaways. I'm going to let you take the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. I would say one of the biggest takeaways that I received was just, okay, I had the privilege that Aaron put me on that panel, and there were so many people that came up to me afterwards that said, wow, you did great. Wow, you did great. And I'm not saying this to make it about me. And yet I think a lot of times what we don't realize, what that reflected to me was that for so long, I've just didn't think that I had value to offer. And the evidence was there, and it was staring me right in the face. And so as much as my brain tried to position me away from seeing that that I have something to add, because my brain wants to keep me safe. It wants to keep me in this box right here, which is just everything that it's known. So now the evidence was right in front of me. And now it's like, what did Aaron say? He said, all right, I can be really uncomfortable staying in the same place that I'm in, or I could be really uncomfortable and I can grow to the next level. Choose. What do you want to do? So I would say for me, it was taking action, even if it was just on one thing, when I came back. And for me, that one thing, I actually had someone come up to me at the pool party at the event, and they said, I want to be coached. Are you open to coaching me? And, typically in the past, when someone has come up to me and asked me that question, I would shrink away. And in this case, I just asked that person a bunch of questions so that I could understand if I could actually serve them. It turned out that I think we will be, I could bring value to them. And I said, let's connect next week. So that was a big, huge win for me. And I was like, it was exciting. So yeah, so that was, I'm grateful for that.
it's awesome, man.
So I didn't want to interrupt you, but for everyone who's watching this that wasn't there, what was the premise of the panel? What did you have to accomplish to be there?
Oh, I think Aaron shared, what was it?
I love how humble the three of you are. Keep it real. Why were you on that panel?
You do high volume, brother. Talk about it.
I think it was $500,000 minimum in GCI.
It was 1 million.
Okay.
It was $1 million panel.
Yeah.
So for like the people who are just getting started, right? When you hear Mark talk and say, oh, I don't see value, you're probably like, what the heck is this guy talking about? He did $1 million a year.
Yeah.
We all suffer from the same insecurities. And you talk about this a lot, Ben, especially in, in your, when I've heard you speak. You're a great speaker, by the way. You said you thought that when I did $1 million, I'd automatically be christened and, the world would be great. All of my problems would suddenly be solved.
Jesus opens up the heavens and taps me right on the head, and I'm at peace, and happiness is just abundant. No, that's not accurate. At least in my experience. And that's sort of what I shared a lot of, is that, for a very long time, I collected the dreams and inspirations from a lot of very inspiring people. And we go to these events and we see what other people are doing. And we hear all of these success stories. And what I would do, because I was afraid of failure and because I've never been very introspective, is I collected all of these dreams that other people had. And I said, wow, that looks great. And And then that looks great. And I collected all these things and I said, okay, well, that's what I want. A shared vision of all these little pieces of other people's dreams. But the reality is that to achieve each individual portion of this dream, there was a sacrifice that everybody else had to give. And I didn't understand what that sacrifice was. All I saw was the beauty of this, the accomplishment of this goal that they had. And so for me, perhaps making $1 million wasn't in alignment with everything that I wanted to do. I think what it's caused me to do is get to a point now that I have the freedom to be able to do a lot more of what I want now. So I'm not suggesting it's good, bad, or indifferent. But I think everything, who was it that said, stop comparing your insides to other people's outsides? We see this on social media. Everybody's beautiful and happy and tan and successful and drives the most beautiful cars and has the best family. And then we have our own internal experience that we're comparing against somebody else's external outside appearance. And that's not fair to yourself. And so again, I was more giving people permission to look inside to whether or not their experience aligned with what they are striving for. And yeah.
Awesome.
That's powerful, man.
All right, Dan, you're up next.
I mean, we do that a lot as humans in general. What's the stat? The brain takes on negativity 7 times more than it does positivity.
Yeah.
Like we just do that naturally. So for you to actually have that experience, Ben, and have it be tangible, put it out in front of you and be like, yeah, like it's not working for me. This external validation is not working. That's powerful stuff. Because like
it starts though with an environment that allows for that. And that's the beauty of the group of people that are here and the group of people that were there.
Yeah.
Is that that is encouraged for people to be authentic and to speak their truth. And that starts with Aaron. And I think it disseminates to all of us.
Yeah. I mean, all right. So I'll piggyback on this. That's phenomenal that you said that. So all right. So the things that were for me, like just the power of being in proximity to who we are in proximity to, just this panel. I mean, I'll just take this panel for God's sakes. You have someone who wasn't doing anything a year ago. Now she's bringing out 100, well over 100 grand in GCI and 15 deals. Like that's just unheard of. You don't hear that. People don't do that. Then you have people on this panel that are doing $1 million deals, $1 million in GCI. All right. So we're around that. Then you add Aaron, then you add Lars, then you add John. I've said this to Aaron and we have come to battles on this because he thinks that I'm wrong. There is no organization on planet freaking Earth that offers more than we do here at the Elite Builders, not EXP, the Elite Builders, from the people that we are, because Aaron and Carla have said no to agents wanting to come in because they didn't fit our vibe.
Yeah, that's true. And they've said no to people who want to come back.
Yes. So there's power in that proximity. And there's also power of the value that we give, but they've created that. So then it makes you think all right, how do we create something? How does something just get created? Because we're just creating beings. All we are as humans, we're just machines that create. We think it, then we see it or we speak it, and then we actually do it. So that's your thought, your word, and your action. And that works directly in conjunction with the body, the mind, and the spirit right inside you, which works directly in correlation with Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. They're all in alignment with each other. And the top people in our org, I mean, they run a Bible study, for God's sakes, about this. I'm not saying anything that these are my core beliefs, but I know Aaron and Carla believe the same way. Everything runs in that way. You have to start with thinking it, then saying it, then doing it, which is why I'm in here.
Mm-hmm. So what were your 2 takeaways, Dan?
I mean, I think the first really was after the it was actually at the gala. I was taking it's funny you asked that because your daughter came up to me and is like, "Why are you by yourself just looking at everything?" And I literally was just kind of Kenzie, obviously not Haley, Kenzie.
Yeah, she's so observant.
Yeah, she's quite special to me. So I was just kind of looking at this whole, like the whole building as a whole, and I'm seeing people dance, and I'm seeing people talking, and I'm looking at someone who's doing like 2 million, talking to somebody who's just starting, and I just was soaking it all in, and I'm like, wow, like this is home to me. This is like, I've never been involved in something like this where everybody's vision and alignment is in alignment with me in my core and my heart. That was the first. And then the second really, again, was just the fact that we were talking about this today, and I was thinking very hard when we got off the phone. Like, I don't need to chase listings, and I don't need to chase agents. If you don't get, if you walk out of that summit and you're like, nah, that's not for me, which somebody literally left there and joined another org. I saw it. I was like, if you were in that room and you couldn't feel and understand the energy and get what we're doing there, you're not for us. You should go somewhere else.
Totally.
I feel bad for the people who weren't there.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, those are my big 2.
I love that.
Ben said it. Like it's all what starts in here in your heart of hearts. Like what are you like? We're all on planet Earth for a reason. We're all here. God put us on this earth for a reason. Some people have found it. Some people haven't. And the ones that have, we just give it away for free. So once you figure out in here, in that heart, why you're on planet Earth, just give it away. You give it away. I promise you, everyone listening, your life will change. It will change.
That's so hard for so many people to do, right? Because I'm like, if I give it away, nobody will pay me for my stuff.
Well, yes, and it requires vulnerability.
Yes, it does.
Yes, and I know, and I'm getting to know Sohail. Ben and I have had conversations. Like, one of the things I truly appreciate about him is, and we're just in alignment that way, is he's very authentic and he can be vulnerable, which is why people relate and can connect with him.
Bro, everyone loves you on that panel. Like, so many people in our personal call, like we have our own call in Texas. We're like, I saw myself in that guy. I was terrified. Every time you call on me, I want to be the last. People see themselves in you. That's a huge attractive quality, and it's going to do very well for you. And you don't like compliments, so I'm going to shut up now.
Yeah, can we move on?
All right. So next, our powerful lady, the Rising Star Rookie of the Year of the Elite Builders, Liz Cazas.
Thank you guys for having me. Gosh, this is an honor. I mean, the fact that I'm here with all of you, like, all I have to say is proximity is power. And I was truly blown away with the fact that I was in the room with Jessica, with Ben, with Dan, with Sohail, oh my God, with Mark, Pace, Jose Luis, Aaron. Just this is so powerful to me. And, you know, the 2 insights that, you know, are true for me is that, you know, Jessica, your speech really inspired me. What I'm aware of is that we're here to serve people. And everything that I know was taught by you, by Aaron, by Jose Luis. Everything that, you know, you guys have taught me, I've applied in my business, which I've been, you know, extremely successful. And I want to say that I want to stop being selfish. And by that, what I mean is I want to share everything that I know with other agents who, you know, are new, they're struggling, that were once in the same position that I was, you know, and another thing that was my first insight is to stop being selfish, share all the knowledge. All you have to do, guys, is ask. Like, again, get in my DMs, shoot me a message. I'm here for you. You know, if you have the mentality where you want to grow, you're looking to serve other people as well, and you want to surround yourself with like-minded people, send me a DM. I'm here for you, and I'm not here to gatekeep anything.
Wait, are
Again,
you
we're here.
slide in your DMs, Liz?
I guess so. Send me a message. Slide in my DMs, whatever it is that you know, what is that saying? Ask and you shall receive. Yeah, ask and you shall receive. So that was my first insight, is that I'm going to stop being selfish and kind of, share everything that I know with everyone that wants to learn. And then the other insight that, is true for me is that, I'm a little bit newer than all you guys. I'm a rookie. I'm the rookie of the year. So, I've been lucky enough to start, in my initial career, and kind of realize that what all of us agents are, we're constantly chasing the listing. But again, we're here to serve, and we're here to serve the client. Like you're saying, Jessica, they might, want a cash offer. They might want to do sub to. And with Pace Morby and Jose Luis and everything that they talked about, it's crazy to think now that there's other options than just taking the listing. I
Do
can
you feel
wholesale
like
it,
you like
you
skip
know.
the line? Is you feel like you like jumped the line? Like all the rest of us, it took us like 15 years of our career, and you found out in like year one.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I feel like I did. Sorry to say, but it's true.
No, but that's what's great is that any agent can come in here and take advantage of the value stack. It doesn't matter whether you're selling $1 million or if you just started yesterday. Show up, plug in, get the results.
Yep.
Exactly. And so, I mean, that is super powerful, because who can say like, hey, I got if you want a cash offer, I got a cash offer for you. If you want to, list your house on market, let's do it. Or if you want to, there's so many options out there for agents now that they can offer to their clients.
Yeah.
So those are the two insights for me, to serve others, to share the knowledge, and to serve the clients, better than what we're taught to do.
It's amazing. I love that you're on this panel too. Watching you grow has probably been the most fulfilling thing in my career. More than like any home I've ever sold. It's amazing how far you've come in such a short period of time.
I'm thankful for the
Congrats, Liz.
opportunity.
I just want to say it's impressive. Good job.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Great.
You're spitting out stuff that I'm teaching my agents about, like when they're presenting. You already know that you're doing this here. So I share with them, like, guys, if you get a listing, like, you should do these 5 things first. Can you buy it? And then if you can't buy it, can you do seller financing to where you can buy it? And then if you can't buy it that way, can you wholesale it? And then if you can't wholesale it, if you list it, can you double end it? Do you have a buyer on the other side? And then if you can't do that, then you just list it regularly. But you go down that list, and you're like doing that the first year in.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Right? It's not.
Yeah.
And all of this is because I chose to surround myself with all of you guys. Proximity is power. And I'm going to hold on to that. It's going to be my new hashtag, proximity is power.
Yeah.
And you never let your ego get in the way. For a lot of people, what's the reason why they don't even try something? They think they know better. So,
Yeah.
Or they think they know less.
yeah, that's true.
That's frequently that happens. Yeah. I don't know enough, or I'm not ready. And then we've got, like Liz, she's a year into the industry, and she's grasping and not afraid to lean in.
Yeah.
That's significant, because me thinking that I know less can harm me just as much as me thinking that I know better than everyone. It's an.
Can I share a quick story about Liz?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah.
So I pushed her into doing events, right? She didn't want to do them. But I was like, Erin made me do them. I got to share this with somebody else. And we got this, I think it was like an email or a text message from Grant Cardone that they were giving away tickets to 10X stages. And we like entered into it, right? And we're like, we're not going to get one. We got them. And the event was in 2 days in Arizona. Now, keep in mind, any women watching, she's a mother of 2 kids and a very involved mother. So, like, to just say, hey, honey, I'm leaving, like, good luck, goodbye, that's a lot to, ask of your spouse, especially from the wife's perspective. So we get on a plane within like 24 hours. We go to Phoenix, Arizona at 5 a.m. We learn everything there is to learn about speaking on stages. She goes up in front of, who was in your group? There was somebody famous, right? Like they're speaking at GrowthCon.
Yes.
And I mean, it's a room of like hundreds of people, like bigger than the Deal Summit, right? She gets up there and talks. And we fly home like that night. And I think that level of commitment is the reason why she's doing so well. A lot of new agents, and I don't know if you guys have this experience, I got to pay for their ticket to show up. I got to beg them to, I shopped like airline tickets to find the cheapest one for them. Like I had to find a roommate for that. Like I basically had to curate the whole thing just to get them to show up.
Yeah.
When you have an agent like Liz who's all in like that, they deserve all of your attention.
Yeah.
And I really respect you. Like, that's scary to get up and talk and you never spoke and like have Pete Vargas telling you do this, do this, do that. That's scary.
I bet.
So I think that you deserve all the success that's coming your way, and you've become an incredible speaker. All right.
He asks you a lot of questions during like the day, which is, I'm saying that like in a good way. Like she's always asking, which I would love if I had somebody like her. Your ego's not in the way. Like when you don't know something, I bet you probably ask Jess probably numerous questions a day.
Well,
Yeah.
the way that Liz leans in, it causes me to realize that I have no excuses. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know this, but my dad is a softball coach. He started out being a baseball coach, and 20 years ago, schools weren't funded and like women's sports weren't really a thing. It was more like 30 years ago. So he used to like have the girls softball team practice with the boys baseball team. And he said that it was like impossible to coach the guys. The guys would be like, I'm not doing that. That's stupid. I know how to hit. I know how to throw. I know how to catch. They were pretty much, except for a few, like uncoachable. But the girls, they did everything he told them to do. And this like ragtag group of girls who'd never picked up a ball before, looked like their left hand was their right hand. They won a state championship 2 years later. And my dad went from coaching boys sports to now he's the coach of the Greek Olympic team, the softball team. He's going to take them to the Olympics in LA.
Wow.
And that taught me a lot, like for myself, because I remember coming up, and probably you guys too, if someone tried to help you, you took it as like, why are you telling me what to do? Or like, why, our ego would get very inflamed by that.
Yeah.
And, having seen my dad coach these teams to state championships and to Big East championships and everything he's done, I've learned that the players that do the best are the ones that just do whatever he tells them to do. They at least try it.
Yep.
So that's a huge takeaway.
No
So
question.
I think that Pace talked about was when you meet somebody new to ask them 2 questions. Who remembers what those 2 questions are?
Hang on. It was
I
like,
wrote them in my notes.
what do you need?
What are you working on? And
Yeah.
how can I help you?
Yep.
Remember.
Yeah.
So
What are you working on and what do you need?
Exactly. So who wants to start? What are you working on?
For me, it's a website.
Okay.
That's what I was gonna say.
I don't know if anybody can help me with that, but yeah.
So talk to us more about that. Because maybe somebody's watching out there that can help you, and you might get access to Dan Misrobian if you could fill his need.
Well, I have somebody building it. It's just now putting in this whole weekend gave a whole new perspective on how it's going to be and go. So now it's kind of piggyback on what Sohail said. Pick one thing, because there's like we were just talking about this before, Jess and I, like, there's like, when you're solo, everything is on your plate. And then imagine being her, and you also have 2 kids too, to deal with. So between that and then everything else that you're doing in your day, like you can get lost in the shuffle.
Yep.
It's like focus on one thing and just do that, get that, and then go to the next. So this is what I've been doing right now, is just, the second half of my day, once prospecting and deals and stuff are done and the attraction part is done, because that's important. I focus on that.
So your website, anything else that you're working on right now?
Not really, no. Just that, just deals, putting deals together. Just getting that all going for, like, coaching and attraction and stuff. And a podcast, we do the podcast and stuff, but.
Okay. So who here can help you with your podcast?
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know if Ben feels it. I feel like I could talk to Ben for like days and days and days.
What about you, Umberto? You ready to do a podcast with your mentor? Let me get a heart in the chat if you're ready. I think that would be a good podcast.
I agree.
How about you, Sohail? What are you working on?
We're working on a new website as well. And
is it for buyer seller or for attraction?
It's going to have everything. Honestly, it's going to have everything. Maybe not the attraction component. We'll probably just do a landing page, but we'll have this company do it because they're fair, and and they built some really nice websites. And they have a lot of AI integration, which is, obviously where a lot of things are going. A lot of SEOs built into it, which is nice. Mm-hmm. It's very user friendly. And right now we have 2 CRMs. One is Lofty, and then we have Follow Up Boss. So we're going to consolidate to Follow Up Boss. Mm-hmm. The reason we have Lofty is because I had a funnel built out in it to start taking the leads down a funnel that would come in, but I think I found something that's probably more practical. Yeah.
Cool.
And the second thing is getting my social media back up.
Got it. Did you just start doing it, or?
Yeah, I'm going to do more. I'm going to get more FaceTime.
Okay.
Just more FaceTime. There's a guy in my market. He just talks about nonsense, but for some reason I constantly watch it. He'll say stuff like, "This is my coffee machine. I'm making coffee," and then he talks about his day.
Yeah.
What new listings he's taken. Yeah, I mean, it's at first it sounds kind of corny, and when you're like, at first you're like, it's kind of corny, but for some reason I keep watching it. So
sure.
more FaceTime, but of course I'm going to bring value and make it a little bit entertaining as well.
Yeah. Cool.
So it sounds like you want to blow up your social media. Are you already working with Social Imprint?
No, so I mean, I have my own people, but like what you see on social media, honestly, I don't do anything. I have people do it for me. Mm-hmm. which is kind of nice, but that takes away the face, me actually giving FaceTime and talking in the camera. So I have to do it more.
Well, if you want to interview anyone on this, I'm sure any one of us would be happy to do that with you.
Thank you.
Totally.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll definitely be reaching out.
And if you need funny content, just watch Ben. He gets kidnapped and all that.
You do. You guys, even though people want to be educated, but guess what? They want more.
We want to be entertained.
They want to be entertained. They want to be entertained. Yep. See, we think
There we go.
Oh,
wow.
We're back.
we're disoriented now.
And we're back.
So you said we think we want to be educated, but we want to be entertained, and then they cut out.
No, I said like people who do social, like realtors, right? Like they think they'll do a walkthrough of a home, and they think they're adding value, but let's just face the facts. Like, unless it's a grand home where you're like, wow, that's they're not people. You're as much as we think people want to be educated, which they do, but they much rather be entertained. So if you want to gain followers, you have to make it entertaining, exciting, fun, maybe a little crazy, right?
I agree. It's authentic. It's authentic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I dig that. I agree.
Like,
So you're going to be a fun guy, not a serious guide.
Like, can you imagine that I'm driving, I'm talking about real estate, and then I get into a road rage, and then you see me jump out of the car and yell, and people are going to be talking about that.
Yeah.
Even though it might be set up, it may not be real, but the viewers don't know that, right?
True.
Yeah, totally. Absolutely. You have so much to give too. There's things that you take for granted that people will be like, oh, I'm going to go check out Sohail's page and figure out how to do this.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
It is about giving. Like, I heard a few of you say that. It is. I was watching a special. It was Anthony Robbins and Dean Grazioso. I think that's it. And Anthony was coaching him on something, and he was telling Anthony that he's like, there was a time when Anthony Robbins was telling him to do something and it just wasn't working. And he came back to Tony Robbins and he's like, it didn't work. And he goes, well, that's because you didn't give enough.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow,
I like
that's powerful.
Yeah.
Are you taping your live events that you're doing?
Yeah.
Well, who did we lose? We lost
Ben.
Yeah.
that content, Sohail, is what's gone viral for me. I've tried like the funny trends. I've tried, the mom trends. The only stuff that's gone viral for me is like the how to close, what to do in front of a seller. And they were all live listing presentations that Social Imprint cut up. And one of them has like 500,000 views.
That's pretty impressive, isn't it?
To me, it is. I mean, I'm a 42-year-old overweight woman. I was like, heck yeah. I got to keep all my clothes on. This is great.
Right? Oh, yeah.
So I wouldn't underestimate, like, if you have them chop it up the right way. I've noticed that for me, that's what's gone viral, is that stuff. Because agents really do look for like, hey, what do I say? What do I do?
Yeah.
Yeah. Agreed.
Ben's asking to get back in.
Yeah, Ben's saying get Adam back in.
Ben, you're not allowed.
You guys started talking about me being funny on social media, so I figured I'd get the hell off and allow you guys to go at it.
So Umberto said, I don't know if you guys could see the comments. First of all, he said, yes, he's going to get on with you, Dan. So now we're going to hold you accountable, Umberto. And then he said, if you see the biggest real estate videos, they're funny. So we could be funny guys too.
True.
All right, Ben, what's something you're working on right now?
Yeah, so if you don't mind, let me just share one more thing, especially for the younger agents. Liz, I appreciate a lot of what you talked about as far as proximity is power. And I think, one of the things that Leo, our CEO here at EXP, had talked about was getting belly to belly with people again. Mm-hmm. And we can do a lot of these webinars. We can consume a lot of content online. There's endless amounts of information that people can kind of consume and learn and educate themselves, which is outstanding. But there is something that's lost, in translation that really can only be experienced when you get in person with people. There's a humanizing factor because behind this screen we can sort of be detached from like the human side of things. And we as presenters and, on social media, we try to make it as, try to make a connection to people, but it's nothing like being in person. And so I had the privilege of bringing like four people from my team, as well as two agents of my downline down to the event. And this was sort of their first event of this kind. And it was just, it impacted me so greatly to see sort of what I have known for a long time about getting in person with powerful people. And so if you're a younger agent or a seasoned agent, or you have a hard time, you consume a lot of information, but nothing ever really sticks. I think it's hard because you haven't made the connection between like the activities that you're doing and the normal people that everybody on this call and on these panels are. And if you get yourself to an event like that, it can confirm your belief that, you know, a lot of us are just a few steps ahead of where you are. And if you consume the information, that's really good, but it's also about taking action. And that's what Sohail said at the beginning. You know, it's not just this endless obsession with consuming more and more information. If you find a useful book, read it twice, read it 3 times, make sure you fully digest it. If you hear something that's good, obsess about it until it's in practice. But a lot of us are sort of conditioned to just consume information and never really do anything. So I appreciate a moment to just share that. As far as what I'm working on, we're doing a lot of things. I think, you know, my operations manager, Sandy, who all you guys met down at the event, her and I sat down this morning and we talked really about recreating the experience that our residential real estate clients have with our agent attraction. So just increasing the experience and the value that we provide to make sure that every part of the process that they're experiencing when they meet us, when they consume our information, when they onboard with us, when they're, you know, an agent in our downline, we're looking at all of those different ways that we can increase the experience that our agents and our partners have. Because when we can take some of the stress and anxiety and trouble finding things and answers to their questions, when we can take that away, their ability to go out and make more money is increased exponentially. And if they're making more money, then they're going to gain more attention and have the ability to attract and impact other people. So we are sort of maniacally focused right now on identifying sort of our top priorities for increasing the experience of agents, similar to the way that we do it through our residential business.
So I like where you're going because retention is an issue in any business, but especially in a sales position.
Yeah.
You know, Aaron talks to all of us on this call about 100 people. I've attracted 100 people. I don't have 100 agents. So I love where you're heading with retention. Do you feel comfortable going a little deeper, sharing what you mean specifically?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think we're working on our landing page for our website specifically to be able to articulate the value, because I think even folks that were in my downline and in my office, they had an idea of the value that we provide through the organization and through this upline and downline that we have. But I don't think it was like getting there and seeing it in person and having proximity to everybody was just like, it was that next level of confirmation for people. So we're trying to curate our content and our landing page to be able to express all of the value, because a lot of people will be hidden consumers of information, right? They won't show up to the calls or they won't participate at the events, but they're sort of looking and digesting information. And if we can make it easier for them to consume just initially some of the value that we can provide, I think it will allow them to feel more comfortable to then set up a third-party call or reach out or participate in an event, which then we can sort of know who these people are and be able to help them solve their problems. So that's part of it. And then the other part is the onboarding process, which everybody knows that switching a brokerage is like, right? It's never easy and it's always going to be a pain in the butt. But how can we improve that experience both prior to the transfer date and then once they get here, solving their problems and anticipating all of the things that an average agent will have difficulty with?
Yes.
And making sure that the better experience that they have in onboarding the more likely it is that they're bound to spread the word about how great this opportunity is. So, those are probably two of the bigger ones that we're working on right now.
That's huge. If you feel comfortable sharing with the rest of us, I think we all could use that improvement for our group as well.
Absolutely.
I can.
One thing that I've learned, if you don't have a Google Drive already, create one, because some of the common things I'll get is like, where's our listing presentation? Where's our weekly market template? Like they'll a lot of agents will ask for some of the same things, and I'm like, send them to the Google Drive. So if you guys don't already have one set up, this is me attempting to add value here. That's what Casey's second question is. I would definitely go ahead and do that. Like I know you have your own scripts, Dan, add them to it. Put all of the scripts in there. Probably all of you have scripts you use. Even if they're Mike Berry scripts or whatever org scripts you use, put something in there so that they have materials.
Yeah.
And we have like live role plays of like listing presentation classes, buyer presentation classes, so that when people ask you, hey, I'm brand new, how do I get this buyer representation signed? We send them the link to the class and the slides. So I hope that's helpful in some way.
Yeah. No.
All right, what's go next? What are you working on?
So again, what I learned at the Do More Deal Summit is, get the listing last. So that's what I'm looking to do, or that's what I'm doing right now, is learning a little bit more about that and actually implementing it in my business so that I can offer more value to my sellers. And also another thing that I'm working on would be to actually be more present on social media and add value to other agents that were, once in my position or that are in my position. So doing more, events.
So you want to do more of that?
Yes. And then another thing that actually comes to mind from what Sohail and I hope I said that correctly, Sohail.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what Dan were saying is like, I need to focus on two things instead of three. I'm like, I just said three. I feel like I said three. So I need to narrow it down and not be all over the place.
Yeah.
So doing more events, do you need accountability? Is that how we can add value to you?
Yes.
How many events are you going to do per month?
Boom.
I want to do at least one per month. I think
Yeah.
that would be fair to say. I mean, I don't want to overwhelm myself.
So why don't you pick one?
Did you hear that, Melissa? Your events partner is on IG Live.
Pick a date for each of the next 6 months, and then put it on your social media tomorrow, the dates that you're going to commit to doing your events.
Okay.
That's great.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That'll make you do it.
And the events are so powerful. To me, it's like it's double. It's two. You get to put yourself in front of other agents, so they're physically in the room with you, and then you get to film it. You get the content. It's like a double bonus for just doing what, an hour or an hour and a half of like an event.
And you get to train your own agents.
Yeah, and then you're hearing the info. So like the teacher's the one who always gets it the most because you're the one hearing it and doing it the most.
Yep.
Oh, good point.
I'm learning it double.
Yeah, really.
How about you, Mark? What are you working on?
So I'm really glad that I'm on this call because it forced me to write it down. Thank you. I'm sitting here, I'm listening to everybody. I'm like, oh gosh, I really got to put this down. Consistent, valuable content. And that's for social, but also it's for the people, the agents that need to grow themselves. And it's recognizing what I have, what I'm good at, and what I have to offer. And I think even writing that out so that I'm really clear on it. Because what I've become really aware of, and especially even at this event, is that how many times Aaron delivers the same message.
Yeah.
And it's necessary. I have to hear it that many times. So for my brain to say, well, if you specialize in this, that's just that. Yeah. Okay, great. If it's just that, then people, I know how many times I needed to hear that until I got good at it. So get over myself and continue to clarify what that is, deliver it. And then I would agree. What Pace Morby said is very real. And Aaron even tells us it's not a relationship unless we have that connection, that human connection. And Ben, thanks for bringing it up again. So scheduling and doing events. And I believe that you shared that you were going to come and we were going to do a prospecting event. And we were going to do that in May, correct?
Right. You led me to what I'm working on. I want to speak on more stages. That's number one for me right now.
All right.
I believe stages are the fastest way to scale for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
If you're interested in agent attraction, obviously, I don't know how stages would really help with doing more deals. Maybe it would if you're talking to investors or builders, but I want to get on more stages and I want to connect with more people that I can help. So if anyone has a stage for me, I'll get on a plane.
That was my next question. You talking about other people's stages or your stages or both?
Both. Both.
Yeah.
Like if you hear of an event where maybe you're not comfortable speaking or you're busy that day and you know they need a speaker, if you think about me, that would add tremendous value to my life.
All right.
Awesome. Yeah.
I'm excited to do that. In fact, let's do one. After my kid leaves, I'll have a room. Your kids can come and stay, and we can go to Disney World. We'll have fun too.
Nice.
I love it.
Look at that.
And Dan and I are going to do one too, right?
Yeah. Did we like lock that in or?
I think we're going to do it in June, maybe.
Yeah.
So we're going to call it the
Well, she's not gonna. She's not coming back to the homeland when it's like 20 degrees out. I know that.
You know me well. So we're going to do a battle of the sexes prospecting clinic. Who's going to set more appointments, the girls or the boys?
You hear that, guys? I know some of you are on here.
Watch out. If I'm coming, I'll come and set with Dan.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, boy. Yeah,
You guys
See
hear
what the
that?
jersey looks like.
You can't bring that energy up here to New England with me and Dan.
That's what I'm talking about.
I love it. Yeah, but I think we're probably going to do that in Jersey on June 1st.
Yeah, we'll do something like that.
And it'll be fun.
Yeah,
We'll make it a good time. All right, awesome. Well, I got to go pick my daughter up. She just texted me 3 times, hey, did you forget I'm at school?
I've been there before.
I'm going to just I'm going to take myself off stage because I do see people like putting comments in the chat. If you guys want to do a Q&A, have at it. I'm going to just remove myself.
Cool.
It's a privilege and a pleasure. If everyone in the audience feels like this was, a valuable use of your time and you'd like to see this again, drop a fire and, maybe I can get these powerhouses on my screen again.
Yeah.
I'm grateful for the invitation. I got to bug out too, guys. Thank you.
See you, Mark.
All right. Take care, guys.
If everybody's got to run, I'll rock. If you guys, somebody want to stay for like a Q&A, I'll hang for 5 or 10 minutes if people want to ask.
Yeah, I got 5 minutes.
I have 5 minutes.
Yeah, so I'll hang around. So if anybody that's out there has questions, drop them in the chat and who they're directed at, or if it's just a general question, and we'll fire away. This was fun, man. Yeah, Sohail, I'd love to get you on too, man. I'll probably chop it up with you for a while.
Yeah, let's do it. Talk about a bunch of entertaining things.
Yeah, man. I'll get this. I'll get this. It's another thing I'm going to write down. So podcast schedule. Cool.
So Liz, you started in real estate like a year ago, you said?
I joined the Elite Builders last February. Yes, sir.
And what were you doing prior to?
Before that, I've always been in healthcare, sales, healthcare, and sales, but it wasn't fulfilling, and I wasn't really serving myself or the people or my wallet.
Yeah.
So
how did you pick real estate? Was there somebody that did you know Jess before, or was this sort of random and then you connected with her?
Yeah, great question. So My sister is in real estate. Actually, I have two sisters in real estate. Now, one of them has actually kind of paved the road for me. She introduced me to Jess. And so I was blessed enough to meet Jess. And, I knew I was in the right room, with the right people right away. I mean, completely night and day. I mean, I was previously with another brokerage. It didn't last very long. So I knew like the value was there. And just at the Do More Deal Summit, I mean, I was completely blown away. I knew even prior to the Do More Deal Summit, I knew I made the right choice since the beginning. So
Well, I think
again, to answer your question, my sister introduced me to Jess, and then it took off from there.
Yeah, I think what's interesting too, because I met a lot of younger agents and even agents that are struggling a little bit, and they were appreciative of sort of like a lot of the stuff that the panel was giving out and me personally. And what I kept saying to them, and I'll say to you, is that for agents like Dan and Sohail and I, we connect with a fair amount of really good agents. But a lot of the times the enthusiasm and the energy of younger agents that are out there in the industry, that's in all honesty what I need. I need like overwhelming enthusiasm. And when I look at somebody like you, which I think is a takeaway for some of the folks if they're still watching, is that great agents and successful people will give you a disproportionate amount of their time, energy, and guidance if you take that guidance and actually take action. Because we give out, as people who have some influence over others and provide value, we give out a lot of value, and we see people constantly consume it and do nothing with it.
Yes.
And I swear, like,
Yes.
I find somebody that wants it and that takes action and then does it. Listen, here's everything I got. I will give you everything.
Yep.
Because that's how rare it is.
Yep.
And so when you're sitting there looking at Liz as somebody to model your behavior after, as much as it is tactical, like she can tell you what she does with her routine and who she calls and her scripts and all that kind of stuff, that's all well and good. But there's nothing particularly difficult about that. Like that's the stuff. But her ability to take action, to like stand up and go to this event and then, put herself in proximity to Jess and then do what she says she's going to do. If you want people on your side, that's the way to do it. So I applaud you, and I appreciate your energy and enthusiasm around me, because it lifts me up, it gets me excited, and it makes me want to do this more. And I think that that's one of the reasons why Jess is so passionate, is because she's come into contact with a lot of agents like you, but more importantly, you individually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the recognition. One thing that I want to piggyback on, Ben, is a lot of these, agents, I don't think that they're very, they don't have a real reason. Like I think they don't have a clear picture as to why, they're doing the thing that they're doing. And like I like to talk about this a lot. It's like, when you're going to an unknown place or an unknown address, you put it in the GPS, right? This is the same exact thing. It's like you don't know where you're going, so you have to put it in your GPS. You have to have a clear picture as to why you're doing it. Like, oh, well, I want to be rich. Why do you want to be rich? How is this going to improve your life or the life of others? We have to have strong enough reasons as to why we're doing the things that we're doing. And I think that's what a lot of us are missing, is a clear picture.
Yeah. Agreed. And that's something external like that. It's never going to be the reason. Like, I want to be rich. Well, that's not really the reason. It's like when I have agents like dig for motivation. Like if someone says, well, I want to move to Florida. That's not the motivation. I'm like, dig farther. Well, my in-laws are my in-laws live there and we need to be close to them. That's still not it. Dig again. Well, what's important about that? Well, they're aging, and then we need to put them into a home because they can't take care of themselves. Now you got it. But it takes 3 questions to get there. So it's the same thing. You like an external, I want to be rich. It's not your reason. Why do you want to be rich? Well, I want to be able to do what I want when I want. Well, why is that important to you? Well, I get to spend more time with my kids and my wife, and we can travel. All right, now you're getting to the nitty gritty of what it is. And those are all internal reasons. They're not external. The money's just the external part, but it gets you to the internal happiness. And Ben spoke about that ad nauseum. Like he was already doing it, and it wasn't there. It wasn't satisfying him. So it's the why. It's like you're talking about it, Liz. It's like you got to get to the core of somebody's why as to why you're doing what you. Once you get the why, the how will always figure itself out. If you're driven enough, the how will work itself out. But the why is the hardest part. The real internal part, like what's inside of your heart, the why of that.
Amen, brother. Well, listen, I gotta jump too, but pleasure chatting with you guys. And yeah, as always, if you need any, like Liz had said, you know, and what I just alluded to, take the step, reach out to one of us. If one of us is sort of inspiring you, just take the leap, right? Reach out. You'd be surprised how much people will give with no expectation of a return. So just reach out, whether that's me or anybody else on this panel. And yeah, appreciate all you guys.
Yeah, Liz, real quick before you go, Jenna asked a question for you.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say.
Oh. Okay. What was the question?
It's right on the chat. Can you see the chat or no?
No, I can't see the chat.
She said, as a rookie of the year, what is your advice for newer agents to be successful like you with 12 deals in your first year?
Yeah, great question.
I'll preface that by saying Jenna's she's doing things now. Like she's role playing. She's sometimes on our prospecting calls in the morning. Like she's proactively doing things as a new agent.
Yes, and I spoke to Jenna. I think that she's going to go places. I think that the conversation that her and I had, I think we were working on like, what's her why? Why is she doing this? And my best advice is to continue doing what you're doing. It's not going to be instant results. This is not an overnight thing. For me, it took about 3 months to actually see results. And there were days that I wanted to give up, no doubt. But the more that I surrounded myself with all you guys, it really pushed me to the next level to continue seeing, you know, I see every single one of us like struggle or, you know, have people hang up on us or whatever the case is. But me seeing that actually puts it into perspective, like, okay, this is not easy. It's not easy. And that's why it's worth it. Yeah. And the more that I see that, it propels me to continue doing and the things that I'm supposed to be doing in order to get to those places. So it's not easy. Keep doing it and don't give up. And also have a clear picture as to where you're going and why.
That's powerful, man. And there's somebody on this call right now. I mean, I don't think Humberto will mind me saying it if he's still here. Like he was like literally this close to just being like hanging it up because he just wasn't. He was there every day. He was prospecting. He was on the role play, and then boom, like one day he called and was like, "Bro, I got it. Like I got a listing. Like I got it." And now he's listing regularly. He's working with buyers. Like he's off and running. So it just takes that one. So like, just keep, I share with them a lot that you don't focus on the activity, don't focus on the results, just focus on the activity that you're doing. You're building a foundation to where it will work. You just have to be diligent and patient with it. And I'll lean on Sohail for this because for somebody that does the volume that he does, Sohail didn't do that out of the gate. He was not producing $1 million a year GCIs out of the gate. So I pick your brain, Sohail. To go from someone doing like, what'd you do your first year? Dude, then I'd say, how did you get to the point where you're doing, years where you're having $1 million in GCI?
I can sum it up really easy for anybody that wants to be successful at this and really anything. And it's not even a skill. I'll say it's a superpower, but it's truly the answer to anything. Is discipline. Because if you can't be disciplined, nothing's going to happen for you.
Yep.
It's just the reality. And so early on in my life, I got into working out. I fell in love, and I remember when I was the obese kid.
Mhm.
Honestly, when I was 10 years old, I think I had a 42-inch waist. I'm not kidding. Like,
Wow.
literally. Yeah.
Really? At 10?
Yeah. At 10 years old. And I was the fat kid. I'll just say it like it is. I was the fat kid around the neighborhood. And then I remember I met a friend. He worked out. He brought me to the gym at this particular gym. I was 14, I think, or 15. They gave me a 1-week pass.
Yeah.
And I remember I didn't even lift. I just got on the treadmill, and I didn't run. I just walked for 10 minutes, and I thought I was going to die. It was exhausting, and I hated it. But I liked being friends with this guy. And, we would hang out. We'd go to the gym. We'd go back to his house. And so the next day I went again. And then the next day I went again. And then that week I weighed myself, and I lost 10 pounds.
Wow.
And so I hated going to the gym at first. And I hated working out. I never did it before, and my body wasn't built for it at the time.
Right.
But then when I saw that little result, I got bit by a first bug, right? And the reason I bring that up is because for me, it's real estate and getting in shape are very synonymous. And I'll explain to you like this. We all know that if you want to get in shape, there's 2 things you do, and without a shadow of a doubt, you're going to get in shape. What are they?
Diet and exercise.
Right. Now,
So,
the majority of people know that. It's a fact, right?
mm-hmm.
But what do they do when they want to lose weight? Ozempic, a diet pill, a diet trend.
The
Shortcut.
easy way.
Yeah, 4-minute abs by putting these electric. None of that shit works. But
Bro,
people
it's crazy.
and they know it's not going to work as good as diet and exercise, but they still gravitate towards that stuff.
Yes.
Real estate is the same thing. We know if we do a couple of things, we're going to be successful. If we talk to a certain amount of people every day and ask them for the business multiple times in that conversation, our chances of being successful increase dramatically. And we know eventually it's just going to happen. It's like hitting a brick wall over and over. Eventually that wall's going to break.
Right.
But most agents would rather do what? Buy leads.
Oh, buy
Facebook ads like this. And you're just spending money, and there's no predictability to it. You don't know if it's even going to work.
You don't control your business.
You don't control your business. And so knowing that, and all it takes is one thing. For me, going to the gym the next day, it was just a little bit of discipline. And I built discipline on top of discipline every single day. And I'll tell you, when I first started prospecting, the first time I got hung up on, it felt like someone did a side kick to my stomach super hard. I was like, oh my God. I laid back in my chair. I looked at the phone. Oh God. And then after 10 minutes of recovering, I called the next person.
Yeah.
And they didn't even say anything bad. They're just like, I'm not interested. I was like, oh
Sure.
my God.
The booty chicks were tight.
Yeah. I finally saw a little bit of results, just like when I lost that 10 pounds. And I fell in love with the process. And so right now, like, people are like, oh, you prospect so much. You like, who wants to do that? But I'm in love with the process.
Yeah.
And I know what the results are now because I've been doing it. And I know how to create the results.
You control.
And so for me, I can connect the dots, but anybody that's watching this is, if you're disciplined enough to stick to it, the results will show up.
Yeah.
But anything in life, anything that you want in life is through discipline. People say mindset, but if you don't have discipline to make a decision, it doesn't matter how strong your mindset is. So it's the discipline.
Yep.
That is a superpower. We all have it. We just have to use it.
Yeah. It's greater than mindset by far. By far.
Great. Yep.
By far. That's base level. To me, discipline is base level living.
It is. And Dan, when you break it down to the smallest, like, meniscus little thought, all it is a decision. I'm going to sleep in bed, or I'm going to get up early. I'm going to, I got this chicken here. I'm going to eat this chicken and rice. Literally, it's chicken and rice. See? Or I'm going to go eat pizza.
That's a bodybuilder's diet, man. Yeah. I know.
or I'm going to go eat pizza. I'm going to prospect for the next hour, or I'm going to, who knows, play on social media, right?
Be distracted by this. Yeah.
It's just decisions. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Simplest thing in life, making a decision.
Mm-hmm. It's so true. I mean, it's again, I call it base level living. I mean, you know, who was at the summit? I forgot his name. Because I said my morning's till about 12 to 1. You can't, like, they're shot. Like, you can't, they're regimented. And I said to them, look, I didn't just like come out of the womb getting up at like 3:45 or 4 a.m. every day. Like, that didn't just happen. I worked my way to it.
Right.
Well, how did you do that? Well, it's just like going to the gym. I was getting up normally around 7. I thought that was too late. I was reading all of these books, and every super successful like CEO or owner of a company or entrepreneur, they all do the same things, man. They eat right. They feed their mind. They're around people that want the best for them, and they get up early and they exercise. So I said, well, what if I can get 2 of those out of the way right out of the gate? If I can get up early and exercise, then I already got 2 done. So I started getting up at 6:45, and I did that for a week. And then the next week I did 6:30, and I swear to God, my body did not know the difference. So then the next week then I just did that, 6:15, 6 o'clock. Where it took me about 2 to 3 weeks was when I hit that like 5:30 to like 5 o'clock area. My body was like, nah, I'm tired. So I did that for like 3 weeks, and then I pushed into the 4s. And now I get up at 4, you know, 4:45. I get to the gym at 4:30. I'm done at 6:30, home at 7. I try to center myself for about a good 15 minutes, role play at 7:30, on the phones at 8 to 11. And then 11:30, I'll answer quick emails, or I'll try to get something to eat. Then 11:30 to 12 is the afternoon role play. So like by 12 o'clock, it's like, all right, so now my day can be kind of free around 12 to do appointments, social, you know, whatever, podcasts, whatever other things you got going on.
Right. Beautiful.
And that goes to what you're saying. So it's that discipline of every day. Like, the only person that can get me on this during that time is my mother. That's it. My brother calls, my sister calls, like, sorry, can't. But my mother, different story.
Yeah. For me, it's 3 words: blood, fire, or death. Otherwise, I'm not available.
Oh, I like that. I got to write that down. That's good, man. What is that? Blood, fire, and death?
Unless you hear the words blood, fire, or death, you don't respond until after 12.
That is fire right there, brother. I love that, man. Blood, fire, or death. I'm telling my mother that you're superseding blood, fire, and death for me.
That's awesome.
That's great, man. But yeah, listen, it just goes to what we're saying, that like for the whole thing, it is the discipline of doing it every day. Because there's days by Friday, my body is like, bro, I need a day. But I'm like, nope, I'll go and do an easier workout, but I'm going to show up and be there.
You know what? I think mentorship is really important, or just following people and having people speak to you could be through YouTube, through social media. But I love listening to, you know who Andy Frisella is?
No.
Andy Frisella he's in the supplement business, but he's accomplished a lot, but he wrote a book called, it's one of my favorite books. It's called The Book on Mental Toughness.
Oh, I love it already.
I highly recommend it. So have you heard of 75 Hard?
Yeah, of course.
So he created it.
Oh, he's the creator of 75 Hard?
He's the creator of 75 Hard. He's just a typical Midwest guy from St. Louis, Missouri, and he built a $1 billion company out of nothing.
Wow.
Yeah, but he doesn't hold back. And like, whenever he talks to me. He's like, doesn't matter if you're tired, if you're not feeling good, if you're depressed, you got to do the fucking work. Like, you got to get up and you got to do it. Nobody's going to do it for you.
Yep.
You know, your feelings are hurt. Too bad. Do the work. You're tired. Too bad. Do the work. You got a headache. Too bad. Do the work. You don't feel like doing it. Guess what? That's probably more of a reason that you should do the work. Yeah. So, and I want to applaud Liz, because being a year in the business and doing what she's done is incredible.
Oh, it's nuts. Nuts.
But for anybody watching this, that means that she did the work.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the missing link. I have a team, and I've trained a lot of people. And I think the one thing is they want the results, but they don't want to do the work. And so they try to skip the process of learning the scripts and learning how to handle objections and learning how to close and learning how to set appointments and learning how to present. And then they'll just go into it without having to do the work, and they're not getting the results. But that's like going to play tennis and you just learned how to hold the racket and you're trying to win a championship.
Yeah.
Right? You don't know the swings. You don't know how to counter react to when someone does like smashes the ball at you. And that's a missing link for people in real estate is they don't have the discipline to sit down and learn the very basic skills and then build on those.
Yeah.
You can't paint the house before you build it.
Well, this is powerful. So to piggyback on what Sohail is saying, all right, guys, we live in a society right now where it is literal instant gratification.
Yeah.
Like, literal. You can buy something and quote unquote buy it and not pay for it for like 5 years. That's insane to me. So it's not a surprise that you're having these agents coming out of real estate school thinking they're going to bang out $1 million a year right out of the gate. Like, well, all right, where do I sign? It's like, no, bro, there's some skills you got to learn first. And it's that whole process, because think about it too. You get 18-year-olds that are making $1 million a year on YouTube. And there's not skill involved in that, but the process of it's much less. So there's not a lot of heartbreak and struggle and stress with it because you're not seeing a lot of failure.
Yeah,
that's part of it. To me, the failures and the failure is the part where you're going to learn.
Yeah, I remember in 2012, I think I did less than 10 deals. And then I was introduced to a coach. He taught me how to prospect.
Yeah.
Once I learned how to prospect,
the
following year in 2013, I did over 100.
Damn. Come on, bro.
But no, it's because I learned the skills.
Yes.
That's it. That difference, that delta between less than 10 to over 100 is all from sitting down and doing the work that nobody wants to do. And it's because it's boring. Who wants to sit there and learn scripts, and who wants to sit there and try to learn NLP and handle objections and, look in the mirror and talk to yourself when everybody else is like selling homes on social media when they're really not, you know what I mean? They're probably showing somebody else's listing and pretending like it's theirs.
Yep.
True.
But doing the work is the key.
It really is, man. And it's like, yeah, look, we're my first year. I mean, you said my first year I did like $6,000. It was on rentals. It wasn't even anything I sold. And then just through a series of bad decisions, I end up on my folks' couch broke in like $62,000 in credit card debt. And then I get in proximity to Aaron, and it's within, I don't know, 2 years, debt was paid off. Like, I'm owning property, and you get around these people that like are mentors to you that can help you. They're already at where you're trying to go. And I'll say, and he knows, he won't mind if I share. Like, he gave me one of the greatest compliments I could ever get. This was probably in 2018. He was like, I really enjoy coaching you. And I said, why? And he said, because everything that I tell you to do, you haven't once asked me why. You just do it. And then what happens the next week, you tell me that you did it, and here's the result you got, and it was usually positive.
Yeah.
That's how I feel like anybody who's out there that's not getting the results that they want, and you're around people that are, just like, I have a mastermind next week in Dallas. And I said to Aaron when he invited, I was like, that's one of those things I'm going to grab like a notebook, a pen, piece of paper, pen, and shut the fuck up and listen. That's all I'm doing.
I mean, he preaches what he says. He stayed with us for a weekend back in May of 2023. Him and Carla and the kids.
Yeah.
We came into town, and I remember, I'm into watches, so I got
Guys, I'm gonna run.
Okay.
Thanks
right,
for having
yeah.
me.
You're welcome. Yeah, I'm just going to say
Awesome.
one thing to you, Dan, and then I got to run too. Chris.
Yeah, no worries.
So his son was like, he's like, yeah, my dad just bought this watch, and Aaron had his Rolex, and I was like, oh, and his Sebastian's like, yeah, he was waiting 2 years to buy it. I'm like, 2 years. I'm like, why? Why are you waiting? Why don't you just buy it?
Yeah.
And he said something to me. He goes, because I play by the rules. I go, what rules? And he goes, I won't buy anything unless my passive income can pay for it twice over. And dude, that was one of the most powerful things
Wow.
that I've heard from. Yeah.
Wow.
Because he's done well. You know what I mean? And he's got a lot of money invested, Yes. But to hear him, he could have bought 100 of those, but to hear him say he wouldn't buy it unless his passive income paid for it twice over.
Yep.
That's discipline.
Did that change the way you looked at money?
Huh?
Did that change the way you looked at money?
Not the way that I looked at money, but the way that I looked at how I spend money.
What you're buying? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, makes sense.
I got to run.
Yeah, I'm gonna jet too as well. I didn't think it was gonna run this long, but I always love chopping it up with you, brother.
You too, brother. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we will get something on the books as far as either on your pod or mine, whatever. We'll figure it out. But I appreciate you very much, man. You're one of the OGs.
Thanks. Much love for you, bro.
You too. All right, y'all.